Good evening, everyone. I am Rampant Epsilon, and I am going to try something a little different today. This is potentially a bad idea. However, I'm going to see how this works. Also think I need to do something because I'm seeing that it might not be the right sizing. So 1 second. I think it's that screen. Yep, that actually will mess up. So 1 second. I need to fix this. I think. Nope. That should. That should work. The tracker's gonna be slightly. There we go. It's gonna be slightly different than the last time. So that was one of those, I just wanted to get that underway. But this seed is gonna be something very different because we're gonna start with go mode. Looks like the game is actually not in the right spot, so give me a second for that. And crap. I thought I had the side over there, but I clearly did not. Okay. But this seed we're going to basically start in go mode as you see on the tracker over there. And the goal of it is I have to get all 13 Ansem reports before I can complete this. You'll probably hear me repeat this again here in a little bit to Peace because I'm actually in a Discord server with him. But yeah. So, give me a second to get everything squared back away, and we'll get this rolling. Now, I do have hints on, but I'm using the method we used on TGS. And that's the Game and Sling Network for those not sure. And it's one of those where it's going to be slightly different. But any questions about that, feel free to ask. I'm going to hop back in and then we'll get started. I am back.
Alright.
Yeah. So I was telling everyone before I hop back in too, I'm doing a PageHunt KH2 Rando. Basically, I'm starting in go mode, but I'm setting the arbitrary I must get all the Ansem reports.
You gotta get all the lore.
Yep. I've got to download all the lore. Oh yeah, I think I want to have live split up for this one actually. There is the icon.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why is he gotta be so out of range on just off camera?
You know what I didn't set up?
What?
Having live split on my capture.
Oops.
Well, I'll be. You grabbed live split without me having to tell you to grab live split. Way to go, Streamlabs. Usually I have to fight OBS to actually get that to happen. Okay. And that was not what I meant to do. Okay. Yay. I got timer. This is probably a very bad idea, but oh well. I probably will pause the timer when I try to help you make sure everything's set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of hit a weird snag. You know how you're supposed to have different names for the patch files? According to what the Google document says? Yeah, when I did that, the randomizer quit working altogether. I had to revert back. So I don't know if my emulator just bugged and it's stuck at that point for some weird reason, or if I did something wrong, or what. Wait a minute. So the 3 chests here, okay. That's why there's 3 chests. That makes sense. If you turn go mode on, then all 3 of them become your proofs.
Well, yeah.
That makes a lot more sense why there's all 3 of them still sitting right there and they didn't just randomize that into a pool. So yeah, go mode, out the gate.
These...
There, combo plus. Not bad. Game. Wow. Okay. I got Donald Cure out the gate.
That works.
I was super not expecting that, actually. Alright, I guess do my normal play. But yeah, I changed the tracker kind of a good deal. Like, I'm not sure if I'm completely happy on the way that I've got the visits set up, but I feel like that's the best for right now. I did not put them on Sora attack, but that's probably good for right here.
Oh, all that for the charge boots. Goody.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Nope. No weapons. I'm not paying attention to the screen, and I managed to turn too much. Shoutouts to I did all that one-handed blind, basically. Including the running in circles. Yeah, I'm so glad I don't have keyblades on the tracker anymore. Oh, I am really glad. Can we go 3 for 3? Can we get a third Keyblade in the courtyard? Nope. It was a map. Because of course it was. I swear you don't realize how many maps there are in this game until you get a seed like I had Monday, where it's just every check is a map. Because, I mean, if you think about it, most trips you get 1 or 2, and then it's the next trip you get the remainder.
Yep.
So, yeah, you just don't realize it. I wonder if any of them Keyblades were good. That'd be a nope, nope, and a yep. But do I... Yeah, sure. No. I'm gonna dip out there. I've lost my mouse. I feel like this is the better play.
Spike had to give his chat like 10 subs because he about had to go to Food World for his last proof.
He started out saying he was going to, and then when he refused to, chat just kept giving him a hard time. I found it funny. It's like, yeah, you should have probably just humored them. That way you could have been like, see, this was a wasted trip.
I mean, you're 4 hours in. You might as well just kill fuck it. Let's just see what dumb thing awaits us.
Oh boy. Yep, I feel like this was a bad idea. All these checks and not the first report yet. Okay. Weird slowdown. I need to do some testing because it might be the ISO that's causing the slowdown. Oh, there's one.
What, on your end?
One of the reports.
Oh.
But yeah, the game's just been going uber slow.
Shit.
Oh. Oops. I forgot to generate the hints.
That might help.
It's kind of hard to do anything. Welp. That was very short-lived in Disney Castle right there. Disney Castle has one important check. Literally the report that told me it had one important check.
Well.
Welp. Back to the drawing board. I guess Agrabah? I'd rather do that with a form though, so I can kind of multitask, but Oh, and dumb randomizer things. Apparently there was a bug with doing the Larksane fight and exiting the title right there near it. Because Hobbs hit that. I was watching and it was like he was stuck in a cutscene. But he couldn't do anything. Also, I am glad I am not the only one that knew about the other soft lock in Space Paranoids. Spike hit it today by skipping the cutscene.
Well.
And I got to see, though, that had I did the save state before I tried to leave, I could have actually saved that. So that's not as bad. It's still not good, but it's not as bad.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a case of you couldn't hit it if you missed that trigger for some reason, but no. But I have to think that's a byproduct of having high-level movement. So there's probably nothing that can be done there.
Probably.
Like, I would have to think the only thing that could be done there would maybe be just disabling glide altogether. I knew I had a movement. I just forgot to equip it. I was sitting here, I was like, Jesus, is slow.
Oh, and Insomniac and new information that confirmed that Ratchet & Clank's coming out in the launch window of the PlayStation 5.
So take that as you may kind of deal.
More or less. They didn't seem to want to commit to anything that pretty much hasn't already been talked about with the game, so...
Makes sense.
Because I'm sure they're just like, well, we would like to talk about stuff, but, you know, Sony doesn't know when the damn thing's coming out that this is going to be on, so we're just kind of stuck.
Oh. Right, I should have probably cut the global hotkeys off. I guess I'm doing this without a timer. Oh well. I forgot I can't use an unlock when I do that. I really need to reset those hotkeys. The problem is I kind of can't reset them with the PS2 emulator because, you know, I would want to set it to controller binding, and I can't. Not enough buttons.
Yeah.
Alright, stop it! You piece of crap. Would not give me a second to move. You. That wasn't nothing I needed, okay. Okay. Okay, game.
Oh, shock mod on this at level 4. Nice. I like a shock mod.
I don't think I got anything. This is more just a make sure before I died again.
Oh, now that means to use stuff I feel weird because I'm just like, oh yeah, they could do the thing again with like building to the big space villain, but I'm like, well, why don't we? They could do something different. I mean, my pitch has always been, hey, why not Avengers team, but bad? And we build them up, and then all of a sudden we have good Avengers versus bad Avengers. Or to use the actual comic terms, give me Masters of Evil versus Avengers. Let that just be the big movie we're building towards.
That's another thing I could see. But I'm kind of wondering if maybe they're, at least with this, with Fortnite's kind of hinting at the direction they're going. Like, it might not be a right now, by the end of whichever phase they decide to have the next big Avengers movie to be in, it'd be a thing.
It's not 4 as far as we know.
I think it's not 4, and it's looking like it's probably not 5.
I was about to say, I don't think we have anything announced for 5.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that covered both a little bit, the 4 and some of 5. In the whole big lineup.
I thought that was all 4.
I might be wrong, but I still can't see, even if they spent all of Phase 4 trying to build up, them being at the point of being able to.
I don't think they're actually building anything up in 4. I think they're just going, oh yeah, here's just a bunch of one-off things that like may build to something, but
no,
we're not talking about
it's
that.
all going to build to something.
Yeah.
Everything thus far has been too interconnected. It's going to have to build to something. That's why it is a bunch of one-offs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one here, and Space Paranoids has 2.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think they're building anything up till the end of Phase 5 at the current moment. If they're building towards something, it's not till the end of 4, because there's nothing at the end of 4 that's like big and noteworthy. I think more or less we're reestablishing the MCU status quo, since we kind of blew it all up in game. We need a phase to reestablish it all.
Yeah, but I think because of that, they will wind up being building while they're going through 4. It's not just going to be one-offs like you're thinking it is.
Yeah. I mean, I say that and I'm like, well, the Captain Winter Soldier has Baron Zemo coming back, and I'm just like, that's the first time they've really brought back villains in a major way in this.
Well, he's not technically defeated, so comic book logic works here, actually.
By defeated, you mean dead? Because 90% of MCU villains are dead.
I mean, defeated in the MCU is death.
Yes.
That's just all there is to it. Well, at least I got fire going into the station fight. I can deal with that.
And also Baron Zemo, I think, has led like different incarnations of the Masters of Evil, and you know, the old theory was that EMH was technically like one big foreshadowing of the MCU because of everything they did. Or everything that show was doing at the time. Oh, shit. Oh, I haven't hit. Oh, it's still. Well, that's not good. Yeah, well, this one. I almost had it. A couple more seconds, I'm gonna had it. Oh well.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling I'm going to switch ISOs if this doesn't ease up just to see. It shouldn't change anything with the seed, so... Well, another report. Great, leveling's got 2 checks on it. And I've not gotten to anything yet. Oof.
Oh, you're dead. Yeah, bye. Yep. Got hit right there. And I saw a tweet from Frozen Stratos today that just pretty much went 0-1. Soto Geo robbed 0-1, to be honest. And I'm like, yeah, kind of did.
Yeah.
And I replied to him as just, if we drop Wetterisk, another 0-1, and another Decade, and replace the 3 of those with fun survey stuff from 0-1, I would be content. And I wouldn't be bothered by like the rest of the Geo material, because like that was all meant to be there. But like the other problem with me saying that is just, well, all the things I said to drop were things that are apparently in the survey. So people did ask for them. Oh shit, I thought there was a platform there. Thank God the lava didn't like consume me. By the way, I believe these paths are all consistent. As much as it might look like they're supposed to be random, they are in fact not random at all.
Sounds about right.
It is the same path regardless. Oh my god.
Hobbs, seeing that just come up off of levels, Hobbs made a comment of something that I thought would be cool if they could implement in.
What?
He was saying, like, take the story items and like, okay, right there I got the Cursed Medallion. Yeah. Basically, I couldn't progress through Port Royal past the point I should have had that without having it first. And I kind of dig that idea. I wonder, though, if that would be too big-brained of a play concept, though.
The problem with that would be to lead it would incredibly limit how long you're in a world. Like, per visit.
But that would also, in theory, lessen the time? of the actual seeds too if you had a set logic.
But wait a second.
Right.
Because basically, okay, like that cursed medallion, if it was in the late half of Port Royal, then that would just essentially lock me out at a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those concepts where I'm like, I kind of like that because I could see that working.
Who's here, dears?
You gotta be kidding me. There was the Promised Charm too. So Twilight Town was the smart play for a change. Normally this just backfires. I got 4 important checks out of the beginning of Twilight Town. The you can't leave part of Twilight Town. Okay, sure. I mean, leveling up's not gonna give me anywhere space paranoids, I guess. See what I can do on it. I don't have anything to do the experience grind, so that's only 6 checks there, but... Oh, that's the other thing I've got to change with it. Because of space paranoids being on Larxine's door, she's in there now too.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to change that on the tracker part.
Also,
I mean-
I say all that about so does everyone getting stuff like robbed, but I'm like, well, what are we really missing out on?
I mean, yeah,
Because I'll pull it up real quick.
I meant to take his items.
Because I'll pull up the image Frozen Stratos tweeted. Because he tweeted this, which shows
I saw
all the
your reply. I kind of looked at the thread.
yeah. He tweeted retweeted like more or less a compilation of all the concept art. Which, coincidentally enough, they only ever did in one Vulcan form.
Hmm.
And it's Vulcan Rising Hopper. The rest of these are 0-1 forms. But in theory, all we'd be missing is like another Magia, since they did most like the base Magia body, and they would just need to swap out parts or make new parts to make more Magias. But who would we want besides Dodo?
Very true.
Because we got Barotha, and then they did a special thing to make it the abs guy, technically, because they let it be a good guy version of it. So, and then the Raiders, they never did any of the Raiders, but everyone wants Fighting Jackal, including me. But besides Fighting Jackal, who would you want? Besides Frozen Stratos, who wants Invading Horseshoe Crab because it's a troop builder. But like, besides that, the only other things are these, all these different concept art forms. So like, I'll zoom in some more. So you have like Shooting Wolf, Punching Kong, Rushing Cheetah, Sparking Giraffe, the one beetle that Harubi used once to almost kill Fua. Sting Scorpion, Lightning Hornet, Hedgehog. That's the other beetle one. That's the Buffa one. That's the spider one. Penguin, whale. We got that one. We got that one. Bowser's.
Yep. 1 second, I'm changing the ISOs.
The Thouser key. Which, if you think that looks similar, that's because this and that are almost the exact same armors. I think it's just the shoulder pads and the helmet that are different. Like Vulcans, Rising Hopper, and that's it. Everything else past that is like what all we've gotten out of this. Like, I don't know. I feel conflicted because I'm just like, on one hand, we got everything we could ever want. On the other, we missed fun, cool stuff. Or missed some fun, cool stuff. But then the other one is kind of, well, I mean, they did still support Geo through to the end of 01 before saying they were done. So it's not like they're not done with 01. And also, we still have that question mark for Saturday's blog post, which I'm firmly in the belief that is a 01 premium set, because no Soto set or no Soto line has went without a premium set. None of them. Not a single one.
I think I need to rebuild that ISO. I think it messed up. And that's what was causing the slowdown. Huh. Okay. Let's do Lands of Dragons. Of course, I could hop in, get the first few checks at the world that never was. But yeah, apparently something happened there because it seems like it's running better.
Oh. That's what I'm supposed to hit. Okay.
I said that and then it decided it was going to run crappy. Awesome.
Oh my god.
I don't even know if my magic's stronger than my strength or not on this, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh no, my strength is way better, stronger. Okay, awesome. Okay. Sure game. That was auto limit. That's why I was like, okay. Nope. It's still going chugga. I might wind up having to restart my computer. It might just not be cooperating.
Entirely likely.
I'm obviously not going to do that right now, but... and maybe I knocked that down. That kind of makes it crap quality, but if it runs better, I don't care.
Oh, no. Whoa. Oh my god.
Oh, the slowdown is real. Like, surely Streamlabs is not what's overrunning it. Although it could be.
There we go.
Really?
What?
The game deciding to wait till the last hit of Rock Shatter to decide to smack me. It's like, really?
No.
Never
I
set
wasn't
up.
looking for titanium bolts, but I got one.
Yeah, I never set up auto limit.
Ah, for fuck's sakes.
Seriously? Right now, game? There we go. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss something, because I know I forgot to update the tracker for a little bit there. Nope, I've only got 3. Okay. Land of Dragons is being useless, which is weird. Usually there's at least something here.
To be fair, the last siege we did, it took till Throne Room to get anything useful out of it.
I thought we at least had something early.
It might have been like one of the mission rewards.
Because, like, this literally, unless Shan Yu has it, the whole first trip is a waste of time.
I'm sure it's not. You unlock trip 2. Therefore, it is useful.
I'm not finishing that right now. I'll have to have a hint to go back there. That's all there is to it. Time to die on Pradelands. I mean, go through Pradelands. I swear I always wind up dying the first time. Always. Drive recovery.
Well, it is Pradelands, so...
Yeah. And it does kind of suck.
It's like about seeing Spike fight MCP, and he was just like, fuck this fight. And I'm like, to be fair, I don't think anyone likes MCP.
There we go. So I think actually that's my plan. Wait until I've got some levels and then go do Pradelands. And hope that RNG is in my favor. Okay, game. Yes, please. I just got final form. Granted, that kind of also sucks because, you know, that's the first form that I've gotten. So Pradelands already proven its usefulness over Land of Dragons. Oh right, I turned core on for this one too. That's right. Ooh. That might have been the mistake. Not trying to get all the Ansem reports. No, that's a mistake all on its own. The mistake probably was turning core on. Because my luck, I'm going to have one in it. I mean, the good news is, I technically, unless I've got to go get a report there, I don't have to do the World That Never Was. Because I did already get the Promise Charm. My luck, there's a report either on Roxas or on one of the checks after him. Meaning I will be like halfway through.
Oh, I found like an update on that unclaimed property I was trying to get.
And?
They were good on one, they just needed the will for the other.
Ah.
I don't know if I have to mail them the will. I thought I mailed them both wills. Or copies of both wills and both death certificates, but...
Okay,
I guess the one will I sent wasn't well scanned, so I scanned it again. It looks fine, so...
I just got Blizzard and Thunder. Like, back to back kind of deal. So I was like, okay, game.
But I resent them to Will. Maybe they'll get back to me tomorrow. Probably not, since it took them forever to get back to get to me anyway. To be like, ah, hey, blah 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 blah. So maybe they'll get back to me tomorrow. I don't know. I'm still waiting on my equipment to be sent for my job, and it's why did it go Chattanooga? It was in town. Why did it go to Chattanooga just to come back here?
Who was it sent through?
FedEx.
That's why. Their centers in Chattanooga.
I guess so. Well, it'll be here by Monday, apparently.
Open it. Dang it, Sora. Can't open a chest.
Opening chests are hard. Oh.
Hey, another report. Oh, God. Couldn't you have just told me that Simulated Twilight Town had 0? No, it's got 2. I really would rather wait on Simulated Twilight Town till I had Limit, though. I got finals, so... Like, maybe dip into Hollow Bastion? Might be the play. Should at the very least give me a level on Final Form there. Also, I see Discord bugged out on my end. I should be back.
Hello.
You know, if I didn't kill him with the explosion, that actually would have got me a level there.
Hey, you guys!
And I forgot to mark that.
I see you're still in.
Hey, I got money.
It's always fun to get money. Oh, fucking hell.
Okay, that'll at least knock me out of it.
We keep getting more leaks of the new Transformers Kingdom line that I guess is coming out next year at this rate since we keep getting prototypes. We now have Black Arachnia's beast mode in. Are you scared of spiders? Do not look this up then, because it's an accurate spider, more or less. As we are showcasing here, Quark is a shithead and the source of all our problems. Always and forever.
Man, it makes sense.
Look, Quark is the biggest villain of this franchise. And no one tell you otherwise. He is. He is great and wonderful, but he is incredibly the main villain. Because everything is his fault.
I mean, makes sense. Hey, another report. Cool. So that's actually the only check that I've gotten in HP. Oh, yay, drive forms have 3. Crap.
Time to grind. Does drive forms count summon? I forgot.
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Oh, summon is its own thing, isn't it?
Yes, except for it doesn't have randomized checks.
Oh.
Do I do HP too? Yeah, I'll do it. Also, I guess in light of all the lag that I'm randomly getting, I'm gonna just set up a computer dedicated to streaming kind of deal. Wish I had something more than Glide level 1. That would be awesome.
Up, check.
I'm glad that actually counted.
Now get on the button. Stupid monkey.
Auto final. I don't need that. Oh, leave it to this game.
Hey, these things take time.
Okay. No, I'm not dealing with Demix.
Aw, pandemics.
Actually, wait a minute. No, I'm not dealing with him. I'm only level 19. I was like, wait a minute, I got final. I probably could do it. No, just no. Fine, I'll do Roxas World just so I can get those 2 checks done and be done. Watch them both be reports. Really would have rather have him limit, but oh well. I guess the struggle fights will just take longer. I forgot wave dashing with Roxas is a lot quicker. Because it kind of doesn't have a cap.
Yeah. It's the best.
I finally did that without taking a hit. I usually manage to screw that up and take a hit. Two become one. I can't check to see if it's any good. Spike had a really dumb idea the other day that I kind of actually am all for.
What?
Doing a KH2 rando with all cutscenes as an incentive.
Oh god.
I loved he mentioned that in Hobbs' stream, and Hobbs immediately asked him, would that make the game make any more sense? And I'm thinking, honestly, it might. That's what's kind of bad. Because it kind of feels like some worlds, the first and second trip should just kind of go together. Also,
Yeah.
that was one on levels. I believe that was a fire. I need to make sure of that, but... I can't actually check that until I get back to Sora, right. Because Rock Sucks doesn't have magic. And I missed the door. And apparently got stuck and didn't realize it because I wasn't in the right animation for it. I don't have skin, do I? Oh, this might be interesting. Time for the Battle of Mashing Triangle. Let's hope that's not too much. Yay, it wasn't.
You know, Spike assumes that, like, KH2's plot makes any sense to start with.
Fair.
Or any KH plot makes sense to start with, to be honest. Which is a bold assumption for some games.
He was more just thinking about it as a incentive. Hobbs is the one that made the comment about if it'd make any more sense. Which, I mean, it might. But dear God, if an average seed is like between 3 and 4 hours, doing all the cutscenes is going to be an easy 8 hours.
Yeah, yes it would.
An easy 8 hours. Especially if the fool Spike doesn't decide to use the Promise Charm. At least Hobbs uses the Promise Charm. He doesn't always get it, but he at least has it there to get. Spike doesn't want to do it, and I'm thinking, why? That is a free pass on some of those fights. Especially when Zigbar loves to stonewall him.
It's not as fun if you use the promise charm.
I'm just gonna
Jet.
play this and kind of run the clock out more than anything.
Jet. I like 4 stages. Awesome. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Whoops. I love how you can make mistakes and still beat Hainer by even the slightest of margin. Because I kind of goofed that up big time. Whoops. Alright, Vivi. I seem to recall when we were doing this casually, I didn't care for you either. I am just going for the win. I don't really care. Time for Axel 1. Did you get that notification? Discord broke on me, I guess. You there? Hello? Maybe Discord didn't break on me then? Yes, Axel. Yes, hit me. I actually wonder if I should take advantage. Not worth it.
So it.
You two, play fair now.
I love how I can't tell. Also, that is because of Chrome opening up. All that delay.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you walked away.
I had to let my dog in.
Okay. Well, then there's a new follow on the TGSN one. I saw the bot post in Discord about it.
Thanks, Skunkia for the follow. While I was away letting my dog in.
I did not see what the Axel 1 bonus was, so that might be a problem. I mean, regardless, I know I'm gonna get both of them, so meh. The bigger thing, though...
Yeah.
Right, you can't access that right now. Would be if I got a page, but I can't tell.
Last round. Damn it.
Wave dashing Roxas for the win.
Ah, for fuck's sakes. Ah, I lost that bonus.
Ooh, Trinity limit. And I found the other money pouch. Okay. Sure, game.
You found the data pouch.
Oh, and the regular pouch at some point. I don't know which one I found when. Oh, the one I found was the data pouch. The other one was the real... Or no. No, the one I found first was the data pouch. The other one was the real one. Because they do have different descriptions.
Oh, I have to regrab this, but I actually have video of a Common Rider. I think it's technically Apache slot machine that has recently been advertised and is in Japan at the moment. Have you ever wanted a complete sensory overload? Oh my god, this fucking thing. I think if you are susceptible to seizures, you cannot play this. Quite literally. It is too fucking it is that fucking much. It is ridiculous.
That is funny. That is immensely funny, actually.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. Ah. Ah, that was green. Ah, shit.
Time to finish. STT and be done. Because I do not have the data fights on. I want to learn them at some point, but no.
Eh. What, learn to speedrun strats or just strats in general?
Just strats in general.
I mean, I could teach you strats in general.
Because, like, the only one I think I would want to definitely have the speedrun strats for, because they're the exact same in both aspects, is the Roxas cheese. But I think I know how to do it. It's just a case of seeing if I can put what I know into actuality kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that was Genie. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was going to do, was change the charm icons. I don't know why I completely forgot about that, but I was like, there was something else I was going to do.
The only thing I can say is you would want to look up 2FM strats, because strats are dependent on version.
Makes sense.
And by version, I mean console version.
Like, I almost feel like watching enough of these randos I might could pick up on it, but it's a case of no one's really wanting to do them. Hey, Valor form. So, or do the data fights.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of the thing.
Yeah, they're incredibly difficult fights,
and I mean rightfully so.
And they easily stonewall you. Like, it took me I don't even know how long it took me collectively to do like most of them.
Like, that is one smart thing that I've got to say was done with the randomizer, is the fact that you can turn them off. You don't actually have to do them. Like, I feel like that is the best thing, because then that's kind of open for anyone.
Yeah.
I have no idea where I'm going next. You are not doing enough damage to me. I might as well just end this the other way. I know that reaction command is actually slower, but I don't care. The Axel 2 fight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
Oh, doing his like breakthrough.
Doing the full reaction command. Because I've noticed that both Spike and Hobbs usually will just kind of knock him from the charge and then lay into him again. So apparently doing the full reaction command isn't quicker.
Well, the key with the full reaction command is it's necessary to do it in the data fight, because you can't beat the data fight without it.
That makes sense.
Because you have to clear the floor of lava. Yeah.
But I'm meaning just in the regular Axel 2 fight.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't really have anything to do this with, but I almost want to go do the Space Paranoids stuff.
But yeah, in regular Axel, that's not a problem. It's only when Data Fight they're just like, oh yeah, we spent all this time and effort on this fancy special reaction command. You're fucking doing it. Which is why Data Fight they loop Axel for 90% of the fight, do the reaction command, and then kill him.
Makes sense. I was right. That was fire. Okay.
Because otherwise, you run into the problem of him breaking out and dunking your ass.
Yeah, because the revenge value is sky high at that point.
Yes. Well, it's because he can reset the floor after he reset the floor.
Yeah, and I would assume it's also because the revenge value is sky high at that point.
Yeah, it would be incredibly sky high at that point. That is the key thing with all the loops, is that, no, you are accelerating their revenge values. Incredibly so. So either you do it right, or you're done.
Probably worth it for that. 10-2? I almost want that one right now.
You want to play the sequel to Final Fantasy X?
Crap. You know what I did?
What?
I forgot to change keyblades before going into Roxas World, and it's still doing that. With the whole duplicating.
Come on.
Oh well. That. Actually, no. Okay.
You know, since we might be in need of things for TGSR in the future, I thought, you know, we could probably do the Persona 4 anime at some point.
True.
But I also kind of wish Glock could be able to stream Persona 4 at the moment. And work his way through that, and then have him on for that, and let him see the difference. Because there are
You gotta be kidding me. Well, there was one of the forum ones.
There are some different things in the anime than it is the game. And it's mainly just there because, yeah, we have to condense like a 80-hour video game into, I think, like 14 episodes or something. So we gotta, like, put some stuff together that is otherwise separate and kind of condense it down. Which honestly, it's not bad. Like, 4 does a far better job of giving you Persona 4 story, or 4 anime. This gives you a better job of doing the game justice in terms of its story than the 5 anime did. The 5 anime, no. It is not good. I would say it is kind of bland to bad, to be honest.
Also, that is actually some good news. Twilight Town has 5. I got 4. That's kind of sucky news, though, because, you know, I am using the hint system that we have been using.
Yeah.
So I got to unlock one. I unlocked Land of Dragons. Has 2. I've got nothing out of Land of Dragons, meaning they're probably in second trip.
It's all in the throne room. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh, I'm almost positive on that, because usually when it's there, when it's that far in, that's what it is. Oh yeah, I need to level up limit, I guess, if I can take that much damage. Dolan, you know cure.
Man, I feel weird making suggestions for TGSR because isn't 90% of the things we've covered on TGSR, I'm the one that's not blind on them?
I think, but that's fine. I've got to put these 2 fools on frickin' Sora attack. They're attacking the Heartless before I can get hit. Okay, try that again. Pretty sure I'm right on that. Oh, I can't check. Right, because I don't actually have it. Hit me. Hit me. Are you serious right now? Hit. And you're the only one over here. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Feather Charm. So that's actually 2. I can get 1 more level. And then I guess I'll take Final into... Dang it. I'll take Final into Twilight Town too. I kind of wasn't wanting to go back to Twilight Town. Not gonna lie. Potion, so that's all I can do on those forms. I'm kind of just chasing the hints at the moment. I probably need to make a different play. Now that I'm thinking about it. Also, Discord did it again.
No.
I love when it does that. Especially because I can't look over and notice it in time. So there's no telling how long that was like that.
Who knows?
I try to pay more attention when we're doing stuff that I'm streaming. That way you just don't get cut off for no reason.
Oh dear. Nope, shit. It's a little too far over.
I think that actually got me up to 3, and there was nothing there.
Oh. For opening night live for Gamescom, I was listening to Giant Bomb sometimes because for whatever reason YouTube was having issues with the stream and it was desyncing the audio for me sometimes and stuttering really bad other times. So I was listening to Giant Bomb talk about it. One of them thought that the new Darkness Powers things was maybe introducing some sort of faction thing. And I was like, no? As far as I'm aware, it's just a new power set. I wouldn't think they'd be introducing some, like, Alliance Horde faction thing.
You never know, though.
True.
All the Keyblades. Jeez. Also, I still got nothing out of that. Thanks, game. YOLO. I'll do TT3. Not to completion. No, that's not gonna happen. But, yeah. At least to see if I can find the last one. Watch it wind up happening because it'd be on the Axel fight or something now. Auto Master. That's helpful, at least. Gives me some more form checks.
Alright.
Ow.
Oh, I didn't know there was a gap there. No, pass.
In theory, I probably shouldn't be trying for these, but okay.
Trying for what?
Twilight Town 3. Also, that was 2 more Keyblades. This scene is just pumping the Keyblades to me.
Fuck.
Okay. Okay, experience boost will come in handy. Question is, do I do that now? I need drive converter on master, and I'm probably gonna try to grind master actually, since I got auto master.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wish I had second chance or once more right now, but
Oh, whoops, I jumped too far.
another draw.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, Ansem Report 10. That means I can get out of Twilight Town. And World That Never Was has 3. Son of a gun. Oh, this is gonna be a bad thing. Almost makes me wonder if I shouldn't go ahead and see if I can't fudge my way through Roxas. At least get those initial checks. I think the play's Grandmaster, see what's on it. Because for all I know, it very likely could be it very likely could be limit form proper. Finishing plus.
Oh my god. I keep dropping my jumps all the time in this game, and it really sucks.
Dang it, Donald.
Okay, bad idea. I don't know why. Oh no. Yeah, I backflipped into that. I knew it did.
Oh, there's one for levels. That was a fire on levels. So leveling is done. Still got one more level I can do on Master. I mean, the play might actually be go ahead and do Space Paranoids, use Final Form to level grind. Because I know there's 2 checks there. Actually, I'm an idiot. Aren't I?
What?
There's a... Yeah, because there's an easier way for me to level up Master Form than what I'm doing right here. Oh well, I'm done with it now. I literally said Cave of Remembrance is on this seed. I could just go there. Oh well. It wasn't mastered level 4 anyhow, so... I'm sure it's either forms or it's a page. I'm gonna just go ahead and do Land of Dragons, even though I really didn't want to do the second. Right, I didn't go up the mountain. I actually stopped. Did the 2 checks and then went back and said nope.
I still can't get the weapon I want, but I can get the armor I want.
Oh, you know the Heartless Battle in Land of Dragons at the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a seed that Hobbs did that he almost killed 1,000 there.
Damn.
I was like, holy crap.
Also, I got disconnected from Twitch.
Oh noes.
And it reconnected.
Okay.
Apparently it disconnected at some point in that cutscene and stuff.
Apparently, Streamlabs OBS uses too much resources because I can't have Chrome up. So I might just switch back to OBS proper. Because I have not had the problems since I closed Chrome, so that tells me they're competing.
Yeah.
Which is funny because Chrome is still technically running, it's just in the background. Because I usually let Chrome just continue in the background. Did I get... I got no, I didn't get final up. Okay. I looked over and I'm like, wait a minute, I thought I got final up to level 4. Nope. Nope.
Alright. But I guess I will stop there so we can sit down and set up everything for tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. You'll probably have to let me get through LOD 1.
I'm sure.
Because I'm fixing to do Shan Yu, so... But yeah.
Anywho, tomorrow it's KH2 randomizer. Saturday, is it still GTA 5?
Yeah, GTA.
Okay. That should be fun and not going to dunk the VOD into the toilet. Because of all the licensed music that's in the game.
True. I mean, we could probably cut that off, though.
I'll find a way to cut it off on my end. So probably just doing it off my end, probably.
Probably.
And Sunday is more of the original series, but if you like what you're seeing, drop a follow, really appreciate it. Chipping away that affiliate go. At DJ Soon on Twitter gets you updates on when we go live. Exclamation point Discord and chat gets the Discord link. Drop by, say hi. See you tomorrow, folks.
Unbelievable. It's in the throne room. They have to be in the throne room.
I mean, I told you it'd be in the throne room. If it's on second visit, like 90% of your checks on second visit of Land of Dragons are throne room. So if it's not in first visit, it's in throne room.
I still had a shot, though. That's why I was like, maybe not. Maybe not. Nope, it is. This.
Like, if it doesn't end up being in throne room, that is an honest surprise on second visit.
True.
Which, bad news, it could be on the boss after throne room, which would suck.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's not, but it probably will be. Because that would just be my luck. But, everyone on my side, I'm actually going to save and go to intermission screen, which will be playing different music. Where's my mouse? Different music in the background. So, 1 second while I get that set up. Of course, you're having trouble connecting. Of course you are.
I had to make sure you didn't give me a seat for tomorrow. Just yet.
No, I haven't thrown one in.
Okay.
Mainly because I haven't made it. Well then, so that it doesn't count the timer down, I'm just gonna do the game's background music on its own. But I'm gonna mute both of us while we work through this and hopefully make sure that everything's working. I will be back shortly. Alright, I am back. I'm actually gonna switch back and I'm gonna test that theory.
I don't know how to feel about this birth month for water Pokemon. Mine's Vaporeon. I forget your month.
February.
You get Lapras.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Like it's shit, I forget its name. Final evolution for Kalos starter. It's that for January, Squirtle for March, Quagsire for, or not Quagsire. Is that Quagsire? No, it's Woopa. It's the Wooper, because it's not Quagsire yet. It's pre-evolution. In May, Kyogre in June, Milotic July, one of the 4 abominations, I don't remember its name, in August.
Oh god.
I guess whichever one is water type. I think it's Fione for September. It's one of the 2 of them. The Washing Machine Rotom for October, Gyarados for November, Suicune for December.
Right, I was doing Land of Dragons. I forgot what I was doing.
Speaking of, since we're getting all of these Shoto Pokemon sets, I went through the survey recently to see, because they normally ask you what you want to see for these sets in the future, and they usually have a write-in or like a text box for you to write in what you want. They didn't have one for this. They only had options. These options are kind of interesting.
Okay.
So, first up is Urshifu, and both of its styles as separate options. There's not a visual difference between them outside their G maxes, is there?
There is, but it's not a lot.
Yeah.
Like it's more color change than anything else.
Okay. Then Dragonpult, Salamence, Rayquaza, Sceptile, Empoleon, Infernape, Steelix, Porygon 2, Porygon Z, Gyarados, Gardevoir, Gengar, Lugia, Chandelure, Sirfetch'd, Heracross, Weevil, Zacian, and Zamazenta. It didn't specify a mode or a form for them. So I assume it is their proper forms, not their non-powered forms.
I would hope.
Yeah. Magneton, Magnezone, Breloom, Flygon, Duraludon, Galde, Heat Rotom, Wash Rotom, Frost Rotom, Fan Rotom, and Mo Rotom. No regular Rotom, but all the other Rotoms.
A regular Rotom's just a light bulb. To be fair, yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. Nidoking, Hitmontop, Arcanine, Cloyster, Mawile, Zoroark, Marowak Alolan form as separate option, Zagrade, Golipseed, Arceus, Hydreigon, Electabuzz, and Houndoom. Fortunately, I didn't have the previous surveys accessible to me at the moment, so I couldn't cross-reference to see if anything from that survey has ended up in the 3rd set. But I have this now for when the 4th set gets announced, and then I can cross-reference and see, okay, did anything from this get into 4? If so, okay, so that's what they're choosing from. At least starting from here. I don't even know if I can, like, Wayback Machine, roll back that to get the other surveys. I don't think I could.
Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh, that's good to know. Final level 4 didn't have anything either, so it's either wisdom or it's the last 3 of one of the levels. There's 1. And 2. So that was a report, and here. I think that was report number 1. Yep, that was report number 1. Badlands has 5. Wait, Pridelands has 5. Okay, so Pridelands still has 1. I forgot to update that. Whoops. Great. That's a check I might save for later. Do this to preserve. My drive gauge. Got the one in Disney Castle.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, I need to ask you if this sounds weird in terms of like a headline or at least a piece of information attached to this. Because it sounds weird to me and misconstrues the footage. So it's an article about the Memory Heroes footage I posted earlier this week. Just like the 16 minutes of footage. Well, Tokusatsu Network put up an article talking about it. And by talking about it, I mean it's mainly the headline. And they have like one blurb talking about it, but otherwise it's the fairly standard like stuff you would have for this game. So nothing super interesting. But the not necessarily headline, but this first part confuses me. It says new video offers first look at the gameplay for the first levels of the upcoming game featuring Kamen Rider O's Double N01 out this fall. That doesn't sound right.
It depends. And I'm gonna say that for one simple reason. It really depends on how they're splitting the game up.
Yeah.
If they're doing it where you basically have level plus boss equals 1 level in the game, then yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
If they're doing it where the boss counts as its own level also, then they're not. So I could kind of understand misconstruing it that way.
Yeah. Also, they list the source as Siliconera, which, okay. Would it be easier to just link where this popped up on YouTube, because I just saw it pop up on like Bandai's official YouTube? And I don't think this article, I'm going to look at this article real quick. Yeah, no, it doesn't really It just describes
Dang it.
the footage. It doesn't offer anything new. Also, one of those few times where I'm like, oh, someone links sources Siliconera for an article. Also, I feel like describing things in terms of levels feels like a very old school terminology to use.
Yes and no. I mean, it kind of depends on how the game's set up.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, obviously, I wouldn't say a game like Kingdom Hearts would be designed as a classify everything as different levels.
No, I would call it worlds and maps.
Yeah. And that might be where that could be considered wrong for Memory of Heroes. But at the same time, I'm like, honestly, we don't know enough about the game to put together a very good understanding, so sure, we'll give them that.
Yeah. Like, I know it gets into video game design technical terminology, but I would call that demo a vertical slice demo because it gives us everything that game is supposed to do in 16 minutes. But that's using some real technical terminology to describe it.
I mean, I'm not upset over them considering that as level. You've got to be kidding me. There's Master Form. I just goofed that up. There we go. So there's one for Beast Castle. But yeah, I mean, looking at it blind, I kind of can't get aggravated over that, but at the same time, it's like the game kind of feels like it's taken more of a page like Kingdom Hearts in terms of its design. So maybe just saying it's a first look would be a better idea rather than throwing that of the first few levels. Because, no. Also, the going from Lost Driver Joker to actual double could potentially be two separate levels too.
Yeah. Because I'm sure that whole segment in there with the transition is just to showcase, here is gadget gameplay. So you know how gadget gameplay works.
So that's one of those. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm willing to more describe it as a vertical slice demo. Of here is standard combat in three different times to show you kind of how combos work. Here is gadget gameplay to show you how exploration works. Here is like instances of Shotaro and Philip and Little Robot Buddy talking to each other to demonstrate like story content. And then here is boss fight to not only showcase you how boss fights work, but also showcase you how form changes work. In essence, it gives you everything in 16 minutes. That's a vertical slice. Again, technical terminology, so I would not call it a vertical slice, because like people will be like, what the fuck's a vertical slice? And it's just like, well, it's this thing in game design, this, that, and the other. It's... It turns into one of those like, I might describe it as this, not this, but I don't know. I feel weird being like the more video game oriented person in when it comes to this kind of stuff. Also, it did not automatically host over to you.
That doesn't surprise me. We kind of do have others higher on the list.
Well, it's because Ty is currently streaming.
My point exactly.
Which would be the problem. Which means I should probably go and fix that. Thankfully, that is a very easy fix.
Oh, well, there's a useless check. No experience.
I I saw Spike got like 2 no experiences.
I didn't know
his
there
run
was 2
today.
in a pool.
There was 2 in a poll because I saw 2 in his ability list.
Huh. God, a scan would be amazing right now.
Now, the fun part of finding the goddamn host list again.
I think you gotta be in the main account to see any of that.
I know that. That's why I'm like on.
It's in the same
Edge.
spot as the schedule, if I'm not mistaken.
Right there it is. Found it. Oh, that would be a reason why.
At the bottom.
No, you're not even on the list.
Oh,
Just gonna move you.
that's
up
interesting.
to- Uh-huh.
Huh. That had to be my doing at some point.
Probably. One higher. Let's just put you right there.
That's the part I hated.
Yeah, it seems to lag and not, like, scroll properly. Alright, that's fixed. That was a problem. Of course, I saw someone in the Tokenation forums, like, actually try to compare this game to, like, Bayonetta. And I was just like, do not compare this to Bayonetta, please. This game has nowhere close to the development time that Bayonetta fucking has. Nor the type of, like, studio power. Because, like, that is developed by a team that knows what the fuck they're doing with action games and has been doing action games for years. And would have 3 to 4 years of development time. This has 1 to 2 years of development time and is probably a small internal team on Bandai Namco. Or by Bandai Namco. Or from Bandai Namco. Because I don't have there's no developer listed for this.
Let's go Olympus. I'm at the point where I want it now.
Yeah.
So, meh. I don't really care what they say. As long as they give us more to look at, kind of deal.
Yeah. Although I'm curious about the form unlocks, on like the progression of that, because this feels like early in the game, I would assume, like this whole situation.
Maybe it might actually be somewhat like towards the midpoint though, because it seemed weird the forms that was there, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have the core 3 changes, so it's like...
Yeah, you only have Cyclone Joker, Heat, and Metal. So you have Cyclone Joker, Heat,
that
Joker...
was 2, right?
What?
Gotta hope that was 2. I can't check.
What, checks?
Oh, I know that was 2 checks. I was meaning Ansem report too.
Hang on, check an instant replay.
I mean, I can check right here in just a second. I
It was
just
report
couldn't.
2.
Okay. Agrabah has 1. Dang it.
Yeah, you only have Cyclone Joker, Heat Joker, Cyclone Metal, and Heat Metal for this fight. So we don't have Luna or Trigger accessible in this fight.
And that's one of those that
Yep.
I'm kind of wondering if that might be midway through instead. That's 2 in Olympus. I might dip out of here actually, because that was too early. Might go see if I did part of Agrabah though, didn't I? Yeah. So that's not worth going back there. Okay.
Oh, okay, I see how that works. I was curious because there was a gauge that popped up that seemed it drained when you did form changes and it charges back up. And it seems like it drains on guard. You can't super spam form changes. You could probably. It looks like you could do probably 3 form changes in a row.
But it uses some of the special gauge up there.
No, this is like an RP gauge that's in the middle of the screen that like recharges fairly quickly. So it seems like the comment wants you to do a form change, like do maybe a special off of it or some type of like attack off of it that will drain it a little bit more. Give that time to recharge, then go into another form change. Like, it doesn't want you to, like, super spam it. I think if you didn't do anything, you could do, like, 3 form changes, but if you did, like, chain together a couple attacks, you could probably do 2. So you could, like, change, special, and then stay in that one form and let it recharge. That's assuming that you can't, like, change, like, the recharge rate in, like, the size of this gauge over time, which probably can. Also, this combo gauge is incredibly generous on its timing. Incredibly so.
Where are you taking?
Is it bad that I'm kind of hoping I luck into the other 4?
It seems like it drains off defensive abilities. So the combat wants you aggressive. Okay, that's fine.
Which kind of is the problem I was having with the Avengers beta, is it felt like it wanted you to be passive. So that I kind of feel like that's at least something good.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like it was hindering too bad either.
Yeah.
So it might be one of those it's okay kind of deal.
Yeah.
Take this.
That is the second torn pages that I've found. Alright, didn't I get... I don't think I got any... Oh yeah, I did. Pumpkin, you get to stay away. I'd take that, actually.
Yeah, otherwise it looks good. I just worry that some people maybe like may set their expectations too high on this. I'm just like, guys, rein it in, please. Please rein it in. This does not have that long. Even though I say 2 years, I don't think it can be 2 years unless they were developing it with like double and O's in mind, and then like whatever writer would be after Geo, so like 01 came afterwards.
I don't know. Because... Okay, let's run this... I think your time frame's right. I don't think it could be any later either.
Yeah,
but
no.
the reason I said I don't know is because I don't know if they would go that open with it. Because what would have happened if, say, for instance, we got Blade... Or we got Saber first?
Yeah, that would be tricky.
That kind of would have threw off the dynamic. So I feel like they knew what was coming next, at least. It could have been started worked on with, like, within Geo's time frame, but I don't think it would have been before that because I doubt they planned that far ahead.
Yeah, no, I doubt that too.
Oh, thank God, scan. I can't do it right now. No, I will go back just to make sure I can do scan.
So you can equip, yeah. Well, if they get back to me with that unclaimed property, which they're probably just like mailing me checks for it, I probably will slap a pre-order down on the PlayAsia. Because I have their like multi-language PS4 version bookmarked.
I kind of want to wait and see if the version we get on the eShop works, kind of deal.
Yeah, I've seen someone ask if this is going to end up on the English eShop, and I'm like, it's not going to be on the English eShop, but it will probably be on the... Yeah.
I mean, if it's got an English translation, then it could.
Well, here's the thing. The English translation is not for US. It's for Asia. It's more like South... It's more like a... I guess China was what the previous ones were for. It was for China, more or less. I think. More or less, it's an Asian release. So, will it be on the English eShop? Maybe. This will definitely be on the Japanese eShop. And the English version might also be on the Japanese eShop.
I mean, more than likely, because of the Switch being region free,
Yeah.
it probably will be on the... At least the Japanese eShop with the English subs.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is because I doubt they're gonna partition the localization that hard.
No, I doubt it.
Because really, why would they have to?
Yeah.
I did not see what came up on the pop-up there. Oh, right, pop-up, not bonus. Never mind. I always get them
I
backwards.
was about to say it was a Serenity Gem on the bonus. I didn't see what the pop-up was. The pop-up was... Oh, this doesn't have a pop-up. Never mind.
Well, it technically doesn't have a bonus. The pop-up's in the middle of the screen.
Granted, I don't think the premium sound version will be with the English, which is fine. That's one less hassle on streaming side of things.
True.
Granted, I did stream like Battle Road War Genesis with all the music and stuff on that, and like the time of that tripped the copyright on Twitch, so it probably won't matter. I would just have to like contact PlayAsia and be like, is this multi-language version English as well? Because I'm like, it's gonna be Japanese, I know that, but is this the English as well? Is this the English PlayStation 4 version? Because there's not a standalone PlayStation 4 English version. There is for Switch, but not for PlayStation 4 for some stupid reason.
That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's just on what PlayAsia has, there's Japanese PS4 Switches, premium sound, both Japanese for both versions. Then there's the PlayStation 4 multi-language, PlayStation 4 Chinese subs, and then Switch English.
So yeah, power, not wisdom, so okay.
Also, I don't know if it's because of the subs or not, but this game is like $10 cheaper than normal.
Oh, really?
At least the PlayStation 4 English version is, or the multi-language version is. It's $50. The Switch is still $60.
Huh.
Well, the English one is $60. The Japanese one is $71 for some reason. which feels weird and dumb, but okay. Oh, and I guess Team Writer liked my reply when they were asking people about what are characteristics you look for or like in a writer. And I more or less went, big heart, doing what they can, dork. Which more or less they replied with love and peace, am I right? And I'm like, well, them, Shotaro, Edgy, Gentaro, Koda. I forgot to put Aruto, but he's also in there. Because they're all they are all dorks.
I mean, to be fair, right now Aruto's in the weird area.
Right. That changes over time, but you can never stop being a dork.
Oh,
You are
vibe
stuck
level
with
3.
that.
Nice.
And granted, saying all that made me go, okay, all my favorite shows, fuck me, and just about every single one of them is a dork in some variety. Because Haruto's a dork. Like, he's the least dork of them all. Because he has to be the straight man to everyone else, including Nito, who's incredibly dork. Tamari, dork. Emu, dork. And Godai, dork. Incredibly dork. And Suichi's a dork too, which makes me just go, damn it, all the shows I like are main writers with dorks. I think that's what I have. I think that determines if I like a show or not. It's just if the main writer is just it's just a dork. Because I think a lot of the shows I don't like, that's the case. Coincidence, I'm sure, but that's the commonality. Ooh, that was a nice, you did not knock him in the shadow on that one. I thought you were going to.
I thought I did too. That's why I quickly got around him before I could do anything. Because I was like, oh, this is going to backlash. I haven't gotten anything here. Have I?
Not that I saw.
I feel like the torn pages is the only thing I've gotten out of all of this. They double checked that, but I'm thinking that is the only thing I got.
Which, granted, going in the Saber like next week makes me go, oh, I have more confidence in Saber a little bit more, because it's just like, so if he's a dork writer, odds are I'll like this show. Granted, there are exceptions to that.
So the only useful thing that I got out of that was scan. Sounds about right.
Yeah. Because I would say Takaru is a dork. And I don't like his show.
There's still 17 checks unaccounted for here. Hold on. What the heck? Because I did build that into it also.
No.
Or 15, my bad. I can't math.
Although Team Writer didn't like the reply I did to their tweet, so I guess they didn't care at that point. They just cared enough that I replied, and then replied with their own thing. Granted, sometimes I wonder, okay, how many shows have you all watched? I want to know. I want to know the depth of your knowledge base, just to have a frame of reference for your experience. Because I know they all love to praise Gaim, which I think Gaim has kind of ended up being a big touchstone for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah.
a big entry point for a lot of people.
I feel like, though, in all seriousness, I feel like 01 could possibly come close to that too.
Yeah.
Which is probably a good thing that Heisei Week happened during 01's run.
Yeah.
That might help it out in the long run.
Yeah. And you saying that makes me go, I don't know how to feel about if 01 got the official sub now.
Seriously.
Hey, to become one's ability! You can try to force the get file. Would that even work?
Yeah, actually, you can do that and early get final form. Auto final doesn't do it, though.
Right. Right, so what happens when you pick up the item that would normally give you final form?
It basically is a dud at that point.
Oh, okay. Granted, that's a lot of, risk reward to try to do that.
I mean, you can force final form otherwise, too.
Yeah.
I honestly think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I've actually done it with Light and Dark, and that actually works out easier for you a lot of times. It feels like it almost feels like the seed's forcing you to kind of go that way when you get that before final form. Because it's a case of you might not get it. Unfortunately, it means nothing right now because I've already got final form. Because of that Pride Lands play. Oh, there's one check. That was number 4.
Granted.
Alabastion has 3.
Speaking of those subs, a lot of the Saber actors or Saber cast members have been tweeting in English within the last couple weeks, which is one of those that's suspicious moments of just like, I wonder if this means anything.
I mean, hopefully that means a simulcast.
It doesn't help that Pretty Cure getting a simulcast a few episodes into its run, this recent Pretty Cure season, getting simulcasted a few episodes into its run, just out of the blue. No Pretty Cure series before has been simulcasted, except this one, which makes me just go, that's suspicious. That Pretty Cure, of all things, is getting a simulcast on Crunchyroll.
Oh, thank God, second chance.
It's not quite there, but the 2-month gap would line up decently well with a potential simulcast, or at least a delayed simulcast of just hey, you'll be 2 episodes behind, but
I mean, at that point, I would probably actually just be a couple of episodes behind just to watch it official.
yeah. Or it will start 4 episodes in, it'll just give you the first 4 episodes sub, and then it will probably be 2 days behind or something.
I mean, even if it was a week behind, I would probably be fine with being behind.
Yeah, because people will still stream the Raws, and I can just go watch the Raw. Because I'm sure as soon as this gets a simulcast and gets an official sub, no one's going to do fan sub work for it, which I'm good. Don't, it's better to just not bother with it.
I don't know. I kind of feel like they probably still would. At least the normal groups. I could see smaller groups saying, no, we're not going to waste our time.
Actually, it would be the opposite, because TV Nihon TV Nihon has taken down the subs for their stuff when it's gotten official releases.
It might be, though, they're told to. You got to keep that in mind, too.
The only time they were told to was for the next. Otherwise, they have never been told to take theirs down. They've actually taken theirs down preemptively when a piece of media got announced. It was getting an official sub. Is when they said, we're taking this down now.
It's probably because of that, though.
Yeah.
It's probably a case of they're treading that line.
Yeah. And granted, no subgroups ever fought it on it because it's just like, oh, you're doing an official sub? Oh, we don't have to do this? For nothing? Cool. Like, it'd actually be the other way around. Like, I don't think any big fan subgroup like TV Neon, Overtime, anyone like that would sub Saber if it got an official, if it was getting simulcasted. A smaller group that don't give a fuck might.
Oh my god, let me get in the freaking cave.
Just to do it. But, like, TV Neon's not going to touch that from a mile away. They're just like, we'll just do something. We'll just still cover like Kira Major. Like we are. And same with Overtime. They'll just cover Kira Major. And maybe they'll, like, pick up an older show that they've been wanting to do, like, in that slot.
How far do I go to get this one?
Oh, the Acrobat check?
Yeah.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah, I really don't want to do second trip.
Yeah, second trip's really slow.
Seriously?
Granted, I know Team Rider, like people, like members of Team Rider are currently busy. I nominate sketches. Are currently busy because they are now doing the Transformers like event and sale and stuff.
Actually, I just thought of something.
What?
That would be a problem if the way Hobbs suggested actually happened.
What?
About using the story items as you can't progress past this point without it.
Yeah.
Simulated Twilight Town, you can't leave.
Uh-huh.
Meaning that would have to be an early check in there regardless.
Yeah.
Like, there's ways around it, but that would be a problem, actually.
Well, like I said, like, some of the items, it would cut off your checks really early in a world.
Which I think that would work, though.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, like the Wind Waker randomizer, you could technically have dungeons that you have to dip into just to get a few checks, even though you can't complete it.
Yeah.
And I could see this being that same concept.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since it's got a ton more checks. Because, I mean, we're talking about a game that's got less than 200 checks compared to a game that's got like 500.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't know, I'd have to see like where each world would be cut off item wise.
That would be me.
And see, like, okay, you have this many checks to here and you would need this item to get the rest of these checks, and then like I would see what your routing would look like with that system in play and see if it is better. Because to me, it's potentially going to overcomplicate it, because then you're just bouncing around worlds way too much.
Like, I mean, obviously there would have to be some kind of guidelines, and maybe at that point you just default to, you give players, say, okay, because Simulated Twilight Town and Twilight Town 1 have to be all full runs, maybe you start the player with those items. Yeah. That way that's a definite, you can completely go here.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see like the rest of it maybe doing that, or maybe not go to the full extreme and maybe instead do it like the second trip items.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I still have not gotten it, so that means I have to keep going.
Because it would be more than just nominate sketches that you would need to like probably clear if they implemented that.
Oh, I'm almost positive it is, because the money pouch would actually have to be one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
It's that, the pouch, the trophy.
Yeah.
I don't know if the belt would technically count in that situation or not, since it's technically armor. I would doubt it. What else? I feel like there's something else in there. Yeah, that's all there. Like, Olympus would be like the Olympus Stone, and Orin Statue, which Olympus Stone...
Well, Orin Statue
you.
would be second trip anyhow.
Yeah, Orin Statue would be second trip. Olympus Stone's first trip, because you get it off Demix. So... Would you be cut off before or after Demix on that one? You'd be cut off after Demix on that one? Let's see. Beast Castles, you don't need anything key item wise. You can just go through that one. Disney Castle, you're not cut off on anything. Timeless River, you're not cut off on anything.
Like
Pirates,
a lot of the worlds, I feel like it wouldn't really affect anything.
Yeah. But Pirates is...
But yeah, Pirates, you've got to have the Cursed Medallion to finish first trip, I know.
You don't need anything for second trip.
I thought you did. I might be wrong, but I thought you did.
Not key item wise, I don't think. You have to get 5 medallions, but those are just mini games. Those aren't key items technically. I don't think. Unless they are.
You know, in all seriousness, either one of us could boot up the completed file we just did.
True. I could also boot up my... yeah. Or I could just go like key items. KH2, wiki.
I mean, that works too, actually. I think that's actually Glide Max, now that I'm looking at that, because I think that's actually where I'm at. It's in second trip.
The orb and the trophy and the ice cream would be on like Twilight Town like 3, I think.
I think this is dip out of there and not chance that.
Decoy presence. That cock blocks you from like the last thing, from like your last check on Halloween Town. Let's grab recipe. That's the Indies Cup trophy. Recipe.
Oh,
membership.
I should have done Hollow Bastion.
Wow, that membership card. That
stops you from early Hollow Bastion.
That's the last thing you get before you leave Hollow Bastion 1, technically. You get that and leave Hollow Bastion 1. So technically that doesn't lock you out of any checks except to go back.
Yeah, it does, though. It locks you from Chicken Little, meaning that you can't actually leave.
Well, that's a problem.
Because both first and second trips are considered together.
Okay. So that might be a problem.
Yep.
The pouches, Impostone, the picture is in that same batch. You would need 3 items to get through to like... No, that's at the end of Hollow Bastion. Is that the last? That's at the end of the last Hollow Bastion trip, isn't it? When you get the picture and the ice cream. And the pouch, isn't it? Because that's after the 1,000 Heartless fight.
I don't know, actually.
Let me look.
If it is, though, that locks you out of, like, Sephiroth and some of the other posts, then.
Travel Trophy, Torn Pages. There's honestly not that many. And they wouldn't even do that much logic-wise.
And, I mean, you wouldn't have to actually do all of them.
Mm-hmm.
You could actually even split it up. Have, like, the different trips, you have to have a certain key item before you can actually even do it.
Yeah.
Because then that wouldn't lock you mid-trip, that would still let you go through a trip and then go.
Yeah. It'd probably be easier if it's just you did, like, trip 1 of Olympus, and to go back you need, like, the
Maybe,
Olympus medal.
Yeah. And then maybe to go back post Olympus 2, then you've got to have the Auron statue.
Yeah.
Like, I could see it being small like that, where it's still kind of gatekeeping to a point and kind of helping guide the player with some form of logic.
Yeah.
So you can leave those pipsqueaks to me.
Which, honestly, I like the idea better of it's just, hey, if you get a bunch of these maps, go here. Like, it's not a perfect solution, but it would be a better one to just be like...
The only issue I foresee with that is all the maps do have to be randomized. So what would be the threshold of doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, yeah, I could completely see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. And, well, some worlds have less maps than others, so...
Yeah.
It'd have to be, like, incredibly variable depending on the world.
Like, the only other option would be if you could take out maps from the cube, but then you've got to replace those checks with something, so that's a lot of manipulating the game.
Yeah. Also, isn't the guy who's doing the programming for this randomizer, like, not doing it as much recently? Because, like, yeah, I have a job for that is programming, so updates are, like, few and far between.
No. He's okay, to put it in perspective, since it'll be 2 weeks ago, technically today, we were on, I think, 1.30 or 1.31.
Mm-hmm.
We're at 1.36 now.
Oh, okay.
So no.
Alright. I thought I heard Spike say that, and I'm like, oh, so, like, updates for this are kind of few and far between, because, you know,
I think it's more of a case of he's not putting big time into it.
Okay. So it's a lot of smaller updates.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why Logic's not in it yet. Because, I mean, right now it's get it straight, then it'll be get it going.
Yeah, because I feel like if you wanted this game to have logic for its randomizer, you gotta recode the game just to some extent.
Not really. Because it's more check manipulation at that point.
Yeah.
So that would more be on the seeds itself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is something that could actually be done right now alongside it, since the seeds are being generated by basically a program that's separate from all of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just feels like, yeah, we want logic in here. Well, we have to, like, think about how to fuck the do logic in a game that is fairly straightforward, and also even then was kind of open.
I think the other major hurdle that is going to be there is the fact of, you know, what happens if you get logic into, say, Pride Lands when you're low level, and you can't really accommodate for that.
Yeah, that's the other problem is...
Like, there would have to be some form of guiding.
Yeah.
At least for early. And the reason I kind of say that is because looking at Wind Waker Rando, typically the first move anyone that plays it does is go to Windfall. Because there's a bunch of checks there, and it's the only thing that you don't need any kind of items to do.
Yeah.
I feel like, unfortunately for this game, that is simulated Twilight Town, which no one wants to do.
Yeah, it's Roxas World, which is the worst thing to do, and everyone wants to do later because then you have like movement tech and stuff to make Roxas World go faster. So then you're kind of playing the game normally because your next 3 worlds to check are kind of the next 3 worlds that you would play normally in the game, which is Land of Dragons, Beast Castle, and Olympus, because those are the first 3 worlds.
Unless you filter in like Hollow Bastion, because you could do that.
Well, Hollow Bastion's kind of in there as well. I think you hit that, like, I think in between. Either in between or just after Olympus Coliseum, so it's technically the first 4.
I just twisted myself around and left. Wow.
Oops.
I haven't done that one, actually. I took a wrong turn somewhere, and I still don't know. I got the wrong check. Then, no?
The maze sucks.
High level glide is screwing with me right now is what's happened. That's not the right way. I got 4 in here, right?
I think so.
2. I know what I did. I got a chest that I normally don't get early. Because it's here. Yep. I ended on the wrong chest. I did get turned around.
But yeah, at that point, you're kind of playing the game normally. I think the only way to fix that then is to do some scaling.
Which at that point would require it to be changed.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't pay attention if I had any importance. I don't think I did, so I'll check after Demix.
You picked up Wishing Lamp off that last chest.
So I don't think I had anything important.
I don't think so. Like, there's a form of scaling in the game, but it's only really applied to, like, level 1 playthroughs to, like, make your damage, like, scale properly for the rest of the game. So you'd have to figure out how to take that and apply it to everything in reverse.
Or just kind of... Yeah, but if you level someone up high enough, then it's going to kind of have the reverse effect.
Yeah.
Huh.
Also, it only scales your damage. It does not scale your health.
Of course, I guess, though, if you technically had all first visits open, and it was second visits that were locked, it wouldn't matter.
And yeah.
Because it would still be about the same as right now. Because from what I've noticed, it seems like no one goes into second visits unless they have to.
Yeah, because second visits, 90% of your chests, you've already gotten 90% of your chest. It's mainly boss fight bonuses and the like. And theoretically, that would seem to be quicker, but it's boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2. Some of those can be long. Probably ends up looking at you.
Yep. And to put that into perspective, for 3 checks if you don't have data fights on, 4 if you do.
Yep.
It's really not worth it.
That is the big giant boss in Pride Lands. That's Zaldin and Beast Castle. That's the big flying monster in Land of Dragons. That's the tournament in Olympus Coliseum, which is a series of fights.
And anyone wondering why I said that, I'm actually counting Scar into that.
Yeah.
No one even does Scar unless they have to.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately this seed might make me.
Let's see, next, on the other side. That's the Grim Reaper Heartless and Pirates of the Caribbean, where you have to do the gimmick with the medallions and stuff, and if you don't loop them properly, guess what? You're doing that like 3 times in that fight. Oh, so fun. That's the one fight in Halloween Town that can kill you if he feels like it. Because he can loop you. He can just straight up loop your ass into oblivion.
Oh, it delayed, and I so was hoping that it didn't just drop me into anti-form. I was half expecting that. I caught that delay, and I thought it was happening.
That's Pete in Timeless River. Because I'm sure Timeless River is technically a second visit for a lot of people.
Usually no. Like, it depends on how far that you get by the time windows come. Which is something that I've kind of done too. Because that is long to do windows on its own. The rest of it, not so much.
It's the 1,000 Heartless fight in Hollow Bastion, because that's your last fight in Hollow Bastion. And that's also after the Final Fantasy fights, which is also long. And... oh yeah, MCP and Space Paranoids. That oh-so joyful fight that everyone loves. That is not the biggest pain in the ass in the world.
No, not at all. That was super wrong buttons. No, Pete.
Like, you get the idea. I think a lot of the boss fights that no one likes are kind of in the second visits of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Bop. And come on.
Hell, also World That Never Was the last 3 fights there, not fun. Oh no, last 4 fights there are not fun, because it's Zigbar, who's a teleported piece of shit. Luxord, who's a gimmick fight. Syax, who's also a gimmick fight, and has a completely separate meter from revenge value that's a pain in the ass to deal with. It can extend that fight greatly. Also, Xemnas 1. That loves to block forever. And have his own, like, troublesome parts. And all of that is preceded by Roxas, who, you know, as you've proven, will whip your monkey ass if he feels like it.
Into submission.
Yep. Roxas don't give a fuck.
And cure.
Cure.
So that's Cura.
Yeah, I could definitely see where a lot of people just don't want to deal with second visits at all. I think
It's like
the only...
It's like I'm probably not coming back to Olympus unless I get a check saying, hey, there's still something there.
Honestly, I think the only second visit that is actually worth it is like Land of Dragons. Because it's not that long to Throne Room compared to others. And you get a lot
I never did that.
for getting the Throne Room.
Yeah, but even that's not worth it. Because it's such a long gap between checks.
Yeah.
That's only worth it if you have a hint saying, hey, go there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on first visit for this.
Because 90% of the time, it will be in the Throne Room. because there's what? 2, 4, 6, like 8 checks?
Did I level
second
up
visit?
Valor? No, I didn't.
I mean, you can level it up here.
It's kind of what I'm thinking. Because Master
the
would be
level
the
up room.
other.
You would get drive orbs here, I think. Do you have drive converter?
I believe that's what that Keyblade's got on it. Yeah.
I would say a double check. Yep. Okay, then yeah, Master would also work here too. Since you have like endlessly spawning enemies in there, they go down to just anything.
I wish I had
Although
Reflect though. Or not Reflect, Magnet.
I was about to say you have Reflect. I saw you use Reflect. You're missing Magnet, which is the perfect strat for this, which is stand in the corner and magnet and magnet and magnet and magnet. And if you're just trying to level up properly, you grab Stitch so that you don't run out of mana. Oh, oh no, you don't. Crap.
Yeah.
They dropped the data orbs.
Yep. You and me
Oops.
both realized that at the exact same moment there.
I forgot about that.
That was a whoops. So I'll just drop out of that.
Yeah. Those, count as
Actually, on
drive
that, no. Give me Goofy so I can do Valor. If I can even get up high enough at this rate.
You still got
Also,
like a
I
minute.
am not paying attention to leveling.
You haven't gotten anything off leveling, I don't think.
Oh wait, no, I'm done with leveling. That's why I'm not paying attention to it.
That would make sense.
I forgot I got that check.
Also, it's not going fast enough. You'd have to be like 3 bars to use Valor. And you will just hit it. Oh no, you'll hit it now.
I was on the wrong screen.
I mean, you just hit ultimate and get out of that. Good news is you have 30 seconds to like get all the hits you can.
Alright, that's all I can do.
AP boost.
I could only get one more and it's like, okay, never mind.
AP boosts.
That is so much easier actually to see that now.
Mm-hmm.
The way I set that up on the tracker. I'm kind of glad I did that. I still might change the image for the auto forms, mainly because it's using the old one and that might throw me off, kind of deal. Hey, another torn pages. Too bad that's not an important check. Because I have them gone.
You don't want to go play mini games with Pooh?
So if your jump's high enough, the ceiling pushes you down. But if you've got enough speed, you can bypass this cutscene. That is an odd bug. Because I was going to see if I could do it. That is a weird bug. Also, yes, I'm keeping on going because no, I haven't gotten anything of importance. And there's supposed to be 2 checks here.
Wait, people are dropping their reviews for New Mutants? And it's bad? No.
Who would have thought that?
This movie that has been in literal development in production hell maybe didn't turn out the best. Because it is probably chopped to hell and back. Which, you know, I'm sure people can use that argument to be like, oh no, Justice League is only bad because it had 2 directors. And I go, are you sure about that?
Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I should have went final.
Strats. The normal strat for that, which is to actually go into, was actually the freeze and go into a form change and then obliterate him.
Yeah, but I super went into the wrong form change.
Yeah.
That should have been final. Or at least master.
Well, you're gonna kill him before you get the opportunity. Because he is dead. Get the moon recipe.
Great.
Recipe. Recipe. Recipe.
Great. So I guess at this point I might as well just do slow checks because that's what it's pushing me to now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I gotta leave and then come back. Because basically... Wait for it. Yep, thought so.
Bright Shard.
So it's either on the Solar Sailor...
Or it's before or at
yeah.
MCP.
Yeah.
Yay. Yay.
That means that's there. That means Pride Lands is on a boss. That means the forms are God only knows where. Like Hollow Bastion would be the other play if I didn't only have 2 checks. You know what? I did change the... Right. I did change this so course shows up separately, so that means those have to be actually in Hollow Bastion. That might be the better play. Because Core might have one. Also, I need to add a box for that now that I'm thinking about it, because that's the only thing that I don't have. But yeah, I kind of got into the hint system a little bit and noticed I can split that up. So that is far better for if we don't have core on.
Mm-hmm.
Which I kind of want to start doing that. I want to kind of learn it. Because that's the spot where I'm like, I do that every time.
I would have to remember where all the chests are in Chamber of Remembrance. I know how to navigate it. And honestly, the fights in it are, like, horrible. Like, the worst fight in there is actually the last hallway.
I don't know, that first one gave me a fit.
Well, yeah, the first one is a problem because beep beep.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone loves the cars. The cars are everyone's best friends.
Including Spike.
Yeah, which is why you backed them into fucking oblivion the first chance you get. Or reflect them into oblivion the first chance you get. Before they can fucking revenge value and run your ass over. Because, yes, folks, they have revenge value.
We're not doing that.
Yeah.
No dancers. You gotta be kidding me. You still grab me. God, I hate dancers.
That's why you backed at them. That's why you
I have no
magnet.
magnet.
Yeah. By the way, that's half
okay.
the enemies in the last hallway. Granted, I don't think you would need to go through the last hallway of Chamber of Remembrance because there's no treasure chests in there, I don't think. Also, you got proper presence this time.
Did what?
You got proper presence this time. You've got the non-decoy variant.
I love the fact that I got smacked in a weird way, yet still got the hit, and I don't know how.
The Final Form Keyblades do hits on their own while you're moving. If you actually glide, you actually are an active hitbox.
Oh, so it doesn't drop you out before
Nope.
this fight. Well,
Nope. It drops you out after the next fight because Goofy has to take a nap for about 5 minutes to make everyone mad.
time to shoot his revenge value sky high because I did not want to do that in final form.
That's fine.
Crap,
Honestly,
crap,
it would have
crap.
been fine if you did Final Fire Raga. If you did the Final Fire Raga loop strat. Hey, that was a good reflect on the second one.
Yeah, ow. Dang it. I was hoping to catch him before he could do that.
Ah, no, the bot's bad spot too because he's on the hump. You didn't get him in the corner.
Got him.
There you go. Jackpot! Yeah, if you can get him in the corner, you more or less funnel all of his water clones into being far more manageable, especially on Battle Fight version. Which you kind of need to because he does some stupid... he has some stupid timers for Data Fight. I think one of them is 100 water clones in 30 seconds.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So you definitely want to
I have fought.
Get him
I
in.
will attempt him. No.
yeah. Honestly, Marluxia is probably your best entry point one. Because this gimmick is just a hit counter. Most of his attacks don't do a whole lot of damage. It's just more or less like the ground, like void pits are the ones where all of his damage comes in. Otherwise, all of his damage is hit counters. Even his desperation move is hit counter. So it's a boss fight that makes you go learn his pattern and beat him without taking a lot of hits. And that teaches you to watch for patterns. It's therefore really good entry point for data fights.
Yeah, I can see that actually.
Because he was also the first data fight I beat. Because it also helps that he is kind of the easiest one.
Fair.
Granted, if you can do the duck flare strats and can get Larxene down halfway, Larxene's another probably one of the easier ones. Since a lot of hers are just reactions to what she does and reflects to block it.
God, I wish I had Magnet right now.
Yeah, Magnet would help you clean up these fights real fast.
I usually have been doing Magnet through all of these because it is so easy.
Granted, if you had Limit, this would also be a great time to level up Limit.
I don't. I have Auto Limit.
Which does not help. Because you're not dying, and you're not getting low enough to trigger that, I assume.
Probably not.
Yeah, especially with like Leon going ham with his fucking Buster Sword.
Uh-huh.
Which is not a Buster Sword. I'm well aware of that, Internet. Don't correct me.
I love that if you can get a combo off, you usually can get like Magnet Burst or a Magnet off as they're coming in. It's one of those, it's like, yep, I'll just clean this up before you even get on screen.
Yeah, that Magnet Burst is not a good finisher for boss fights, but it is a good finisher for mob fights.
Which is all these are.
Yeah. You rather have the multi-hit spin one, because you are also a massive hitbox and invulnerable while you do that. Or not invulnerable, you just have a massive hitbox, more or less. So it's really hard for the boss to not be hit by your finisher. It's the same reason like Explosion is a preferred finisher, because it's just a massive hitbox. It doesn't matter where the boss is, it's getting hit.
True. You know, it would be killer if these other two are like right here. Then I wouldn't have to do the 1,000 Heartless.
But will it be?
Nope. I can almost guarantee that without even looking at it.
Are you sure? It might be.
There's 1 no,
That's an AP boost.
2 no,
Dodge roll max.
3 no,
AP boost.
and 4 no. Wow. And I can't leave from this point.
Yeah, you have to leave from the save point.
I was just going to go back and check some of the because there's 2 more chests that I could have a shot at not having to do 1,000 Heartless, but nah.
Too bad. Be up 1,000 Heartless. Take forever.
And it will. I have no reflect. Or, I mean, not reflect, magnet. I keep doing that. I have no magnet. And I have no limit.
So you have none of the good things for this.
Yeah.
Do you even have Stitch?
No. I have...
So you can't even do Big Bad. It's just fucking stand there, like, reflect forever. Oh, wow, this sucks.
Yeah.
You have to do this more or less vanilla speedrun way, which is just follow Bobbert over here and just, or grab one Bobbert and follow him forever and snag him.
And figure out the darn camera rotation.
I do not remember the camera rotation. I think it's something about the beam always being shooting off camera behind you, I think.
I think you're right. Or just hit Rising Sun, that'll work too.
It's not as good,
No, it's not.
Nah. Bobberts is the better one.
Like Magnet Burst is the better alternative.
Yeah. Which is about the only good thing you can have going into this if you have nothing else. Which requires you to get an air combo on 90% land enemies, 10% air enemies.
Which I'm pretty good at, actually.
Yeah.
Because, like, every one of these have actually been on the ground enemies.
Also, you got another potion.
I see this. Way to give me useless items, game. Because I very rarely have to use them. Usually with me, with this game, it's either I'm gonna die miraculously, or I'm gonna actually do it. I've kind of gotten to that point. I feel like once I have all the locations and the fights down pat, that might be when I start babying my way into crit, but oof. Oof. Okay. Thanks, game.
Yeah.
Just not give me anyone to hit. Game. Game.
They're killing them too fast. We can't spawn them in fast enough. Spin the camera. Keep spinning camera. Alright, you should be good. Also, you have no bobberts left.
You've got to be kidding me. I can't get a hit off.
They keep clanging off of you.
Oh, I did have a bobbert left. He just was hiding.
Ori, Calcum Plus.
Why didn't that... Wait a minute, why didn't... Okay, that... Oh, it did. I'm looking at the wrong one. So that's another hint that I can open at least. Oh, okay. Okay.
What?
Okay, Gabe. So, Core has 5.
Ouch. Yep, time to learn core. Because there are chests all the way to the door to the final hallway. Hey, report 12.
Halloween Town has 1, so I'm done with Halloween Town.
Nah.
Okay. And that was another for Hollow Bastion, so that means there's still one more in Hollow Bastion. Okay, I'm almost positive there's only 4 checks that this could be.
I'm gonna check the gold wing chest.
Might as well, I'm right here at it. Nope.
Metro crystal.
Although I don't know where the other one is, actually.
What's the name of it?
It's listed as Heartless Manufactory.
Go
I don't
back to.
actually know where that one is.
Go the other way.
Hold on, I'm getting these two.
Go to Terminal of the Space Paranoids, and then go past it.
Oh, it's down there. Okay.
Yep, that's the Heartless Manufactory chest.
So actually, can you get to that on
You
before
can,
Demix?
I think you can. I believe you can.
If you can get to that before Demix, then that would be good. And oh my god, I am not used to Glide Max.
Look, you're gonna need Glide Max to get the last chest of Chamber of Remembrance if you need it.
I think you can get to this, but I
I'm pretty
don't
sure
know
you can,
if
'cause
it'll
I think
let
I
you in
did it.
here.
I did it before Demix.
Reflect, good.
Hey, you have Reflect
Finally.
Reflect Ra, or just.
Or I clicked the wrong one.
I was about to say, do you have Reflect Ra or Reflect Ga? I don't know. I don't know
it's
what your
Ga.
count is. Okay. If I was about to say, if it's 3, it's Ga. If it's 2, it's Ra.
That's right then.
Okay.
Right, it don't take effect until you go through a door. I was like, wait a minute.
Because
What?
actually, there's the door right there.
Yeah.
I believe it's regular named Ra-Ga-Za, I believe is the naming scheme. You don't hit Za in 2. Za's only in 3.
Yeah, because they don't fully implement the Final Fantasy scale, because that's actually the same as that.
Yeah. And Za, I think, is only on the, like, the finisher commands that you get
I
in
love that
3.
I'm flying so fast that they can't keep up.
I think it's only Za. It only goes to Za. I don't remember if there's one higher. Is there one higher than Za?
I don't think.
Okay.
Time to go to core.
Yay! Now here you can level up faster for me if you desire. Look, it's baseball charm.
I love that we get that immediately. Like, it just doesn't even wait. It's like, nope. Oh, right. There's some down here, too.
I was about to say there's just down there.
I've done some of this. Oh, no. We ain't doing car right now. Car can go away right now.
Hammer! I think that's your only 2 right there.
I know there's one, like, up in there.
Yeah.
And there's one over there somewhere.
Yeah. It's a kind of just a double jump over. Yeah.
I riffed that one.
Yeah, there's one in there. Or not.
No, it's not in, it's up. I thought it was in too. They're both up.
Oh yeah, they're both up there.
If I'm not mistaken, I think you go from the other side. I think I'm doing this backwards.
Yeah, I think you go there. Yeah, you go straight across from there.
Because I've actually done this part of it before. It's once we get a little farther that I'm like, Also, I
Yeah.
quit paying attention to what I was getting in chest.
Nothing, 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 and nothing.
Okay, good.
Alright, you should be good
Those
there.
done.
There's the chest there.
There's one down below. Magnet. Finally, I should have just came to core.
Magnet.
Finally. So that's these two.
Upper slash. You need quick run for this. You need the wisdom's ability.
Ah, crap.
You cannot cheese it. You have to
Yes,
use
you
quick
can.
run.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
I've done
okay.
it.
Okay. It's a little tricky for me to do, so I just equipped
See?
quick run and then. Okay.
Yeah, it's doable. I did not
this is
put
not-
magnet on. This is not good.
You would have to leave the room to do it. This is a required fight for reference.
What is?
So,
Let us try to cheese this.
Monkeys. Also, I hope you're
Nope.
familiar with all the Heartless, because also Toot Toot.
Ow.
Beep beep. Beep beep. You pissed him off.
Yep.
You cannot damage them while they're charging, just for reference. And also, they're charging again. Oh no, you got him.
Oh god. Get the other one.
Hey, you got Save the Queen Plus. You maybe have Donald's best weapon now.
Okay, so
Alright,
apparently I'm over leveled to the point where I can do this.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
Let's see, there's one here.
Yeah.
Thunder.
Thunder. That just opens up a shortcut,
I know,
because that's the okay.
because that's to go back. I just figured I'd go ahead and do that. Over here. I think it's really past this point that I don't know. Dang it. I mistimed that. I thought it was right there.
Yeah.
That was 3, not 2. Wasn't it?
What?
3 important checks?
I thought you said core had 5.
No, I mean, I've gotten 3, haven't I?
In core? I think you've only gotten the 1.
No, I've gotten 2. I got Chicken Little and Magnet, I know that.
Oh, you got 3 because you got Thunder as well.
Okay. I thought I didn't
There you
mark
go.
something else.
Yeah. It was the Thunder you just picked up.
Yeah, I'll deal with that later. It's fine for right now.
Now, here's the fun part. Do I remember this next room? Because it's a very big vertical room.
I know the next room has 5. Because luckily, the tracker will help for that.
Yeah, I think one of them requires glide. But you have glide max, so you're fine.
There's one.
There's not one down there, I don't think.
No.
No.
I'm kind of going off the not the best descriptions in the world.
Yeah.
I think it's... No, it's not down there because that takes you back.
Yeah.
I knew what I was doing there. That's why I was like, wait a minute. That's going to push me off.
You might. Oh, no. No, you got all the movement tech, so you don't technically need Ride the Wind. There's one there. Turn around real quick.
I'm missing
I mean,
one.
like, to the wall. Yeah, there's one on that wall right there, I think.
Up top?
Yes.
Don't you come
Like
back
top,
around
top.
and get that though?
You do glide from through the entire room for that. You do glide from the top of the room on one side to the other side on that one.
I don't think I have a high enough jump for that.
You need ride to win. Go back. See that?
You almost saw what I just did.
It's a slippery little bastard. You technically were supposed to be introduced to this in Planet of Dragons.
I think I remember us having to deal with that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3,
Alright,
4,
now,
5. Yeah, that's these two.
Yeah.
Okay. Ukulele. Now
Hey,
I have
that's it.
Stitch.
Alright, that's 4. So you're missing 1.
Also, I have all the summons.
Yay! Now it's the master room.
Okay, I remember this room from when Spike did it.
Yep. More or less, jump into the grate. More or less, just fall down below and then.
I did it wrong,
Well,
and I knew I
finicky.
did it as soon as I did that too.
It's just these platform jumps are a little tricky.
Although I did that better than Spike did, and I still screwed it up.
It works. Throwing the book at you.
Thank you, Donald, for doing your job.
Yep. Oh,
What am I doing? Dying.
yep.
You know what I realized I had right then?
Magnet.
Yep. So I was like,
Oh,
what am I doing? Oh,
I mentioned this in the setup on
okay.
Discord since we are getting that King Arthur Robo thing, like middle of the October for Saber. If that thing doesn't transform into a giant sword or a giant book, I'm going to be disappointed. Because I want it to be a giant sword for Saber to wield and a stupid CG cutscene, or a giant book so it can be dropped on somebody's head. So Saber can literally throw the book at someone.
Yes.
I need one of these two to be the case. Because it will justify that robot regardless of how many times it's used. Which would probably be barely if ever.
I didn't have enough drive gauge.
Nope.
I tried to save that actually, and that just wasn't going to happen. It never could have. Let's
Also, I'm pretty sure.
do
Oh, that's the
this. That way that doesn't happen a second time.
I was about to say you didn't have many check stuff, but nope. Next room's conveyor belt.
That probably shouldn't have worked, but I think negative combo might have helped that.
It does.
And here we go again.
Nah. Spin to win! Spin to win!
Just piss off, all of you.
And he still caught you. Don't you love the right to win?
Got it.
Now, how do you feel about going the wrong way on a conveyor belt?
I think I've seen both Spike and Hobbs do this, and yeah, it seems like it could be a pain.
Yep.
I'm using that moving hitbox to my advantage right now.
Alright, there's your first chest. Or it should be your first chest.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Also, steam vents. There's one up on the north.
How did I get ahead? How did I get ahead of that cycle?
Good timing. More or less.
I almost whiffed that. There's another one in here that I missed. Yep, right there. Okay, get out of final form. I will eat that. I am too drifty. I can't handle that. I missed one though. Or these are out of order. Oh, and Discord did it again.
I think it's back at the beginning, but you have to glide around.
Unless it is this one.
What's the name of it?
Mineshaft Big Chest. Because it might be that one. That's the 5th one regardless.
I don't remember the name of this room. You'd have to go out, go see what this room is.
I think it said Mineshaft when I came in.
Might want to check. Okay,
It don't really matter either way. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Because I'm done.
Oh yeah, that magnet's
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Hi. Hugs. Hugs.
Oh, this one.
Oh, you can. Oh,
I
you missed one.
didn't turn around and get it.
Yeah. Also, you can drop all the way down. You don't have to go all the way back. Like, go back in that room real quick.
It's fine. I can drop down here too.
Yeah, you can drop down that shaft, or drop down on the ledge there, and that takes you back to like the first transition area.
Actually, I think this might work out easier. Because the simple fact of I had less transitions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, done enough.
Yay! You didn't have to do glide room and figure out how to glide through that room, because it's a little tricky.
That kind of bites though, because that means there's still 6 checks that I don't know anything about. Which Okay, hold on a second. I want to figure out how many important checks I've gotten. Because I might be to the point where I just need to go clean up the world that never was.
Also, so much for a Nintendo Direct on Friday. Unless they decide to just throw it up on YouTube without telling anyone. But I'm gonna head off real quick. Or head off.
Alright.
I'll see you.
I'll see you. We're going back to Space Paranoids. Because I am not at that point. Now let's hope this isn't on MCP. Because I need 2 checks. Space Paranoids has 2. This might work? Like, this might be it. Worst case, I might either get Limit or Wisdom. There we go. Yeah, best case scenario, I get both of them. Worst case, I don't. I feel like this was a dumb idea. But it's actually kind of fun. Oh, right, I need to... Well, I'm not leaving him in party. Actually, no. Just in case. I better do that. And here we go again. The reason I went ahead and did that is because chances are I might need to do MCP and I'll have to have Tron at that point. Also, I guess another thing I could do would be go ahead and... Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, another thing I could do could be to go ahead and do Roxas. Basically, if it's not here in Space Paranoids, what I might do is I might finish it up after we do the seed tomorrow. It'll be a shorter stream. That, or I might do it as a no-com stream at some point tomorrow. Mainly because I'm not gonna keep pushing kind of deal. I wasn't thinking about leveling up Master, actually. That would have been smart. That would have been the perfect fight to have done that. Instead, I get an Orichalcum out of that. I get Wisdom. And Blizzard. Cool. So Space Paranoids is done. Good. I see how he fixed it now. He just took it out. Probably for the best, actually. Like, what level am I? 52? Oh god, yeah. Yeah. I'm just definitely... Because forms could be... I know Agrabah still has one. Well, how far did I get? That's trip 2. I'd be doing the mini game. Let's go check the treasure room. If it's not there, then I'm gonna go check the world that never was. I'm not going through all that. I also can level nearly everything up. At least once. I might go grind wisdom. Yep, not going that way. Hey, there's my one, actually, limit. Okay, so it's probably on forums. This is kind of pushing me that way. So that's what I'm gonna do. The world that never was. I'm gonna assume Olympus and Beast are both done. I'm gonna do some grinding here. I'm gonna go to... How far did I get on Twilight Town? I could go to the mansion. That would give me final form there. If it's not... I'm gonna try wisdom first. That's 2 nopes. And that was not what I meant to do. Oops. Oh well. I'll use it. Well then. Okay, I think that's a dip out of the world, come back in. Because I think that actually... Yeah, wisdom's 4. Limit's 4. Okay, so final's my highest. I may go... No, I'm gonna keep going wisdom. Because I think I can level up the limit off of the Roxas fight? Oh yeah. Okay, that got that up to 6. Still not seeing it, so... Let's level Master up. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna just go ahead and do Roxas, because that'll level up limit if I do it the way that I've been used to doing. Or, you know, I can be wrong. Yeah, I kind of wanted to die, actually. That wasn't... I should have waited. I should have let him DM. And then reflect again. I wonder if that kept the level I got on Master. Nope. It wasn't anything anyhow, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Actually, I might level up Valor.
Take this. It's over. Yeah. Get back off. Take this. Take this. Yeah. Back off.
I actually don't want this one. But I want this one.
Back off. Take this. This is it. It's over. Yeah. This is it. Back off. Take this.
Okay. Well, that got me another level, but that still is telling me nothing. I really kind of need these checks. I guess I'll just try to do Roxas the way that I should. Yep, I thought so. Yeah, you ain't gonna hit me. I was right, actually. And that leveled Limit up. I was really kind of hoping that he had one of them. Because Zigbar could potentially be. Auto Wisdom. Jackpot. I could take Zigbar if I wanted. Dang it. There's one of them. I mean, I only need two, so they could still be here. But I feel like if they're on forms, it's literally on the last form. Drive boost. One more chest before Zigbar. And it's this one. So that means I'm definitely doing Zigbar. I'm gonna wind up full clearing this. I can already see it. Oh.
You really shouldn't have betrayed us.
Let's see if I mess this up or if I actually get it.
Gotcha now. Clever little sneak. Sora!
Yes, this reaction command's slow, but I forgot I still had that on.
Clever little sneak.
I am so just kind of making my way through this. Oh my gosh. Got him. Wow, I made him mad. Whew. If I don't find it, if I don't find it before I get through with the world that never was, then yeah. At that point, I'm probably calling it and just saying the seed won. Because so far, I'm not finding it, and that's a problem. But yeah, if it ain't soon, I might have to call it. And truthfully, as close as we are, I might just look at the spoiler log and just say, okay, this was here. I had a form boost on. I had no drive. I shouldn't have went for that. Okay. I need to play more conservative on him. Good to know. Also need to take form boost off. Oh, I had two.
To run out of time is the loser.
Seriously? You couldn't even let me move? Oh, that was lucky. And here is his DM. I'll just be hanging out up here, Luxord.
Do you know the rules?
Alright. I just do that so I don't take a chance on dying to him. Psyx, what about you? Do you got it? I need two. Let us see. Moon shine down. Got him. That was tight, actually. I'm not even gonna lie. That was uber tight. AP boost. 1 second. Kinda sucks. And Riku didn't have it. Like it has to be getting close. And the simple fact that I've not gotten any checks is what's making me wonder. Okay, report 8. Let's see what 8 says. Beast Castle had 1, meaning we did get that, so that was a good call. Come on, 1 check. Also, World That Never Was, that turns into 2. Xemnas is the one that has the final check here. I swear if the promise term meant nothing, that's gonna suck. Do your thing. I'll be waiting for you over here. Yeah, breakthrough is good enough. This might actually kill him. I'm not even going for the finish. Okay, so now it's whether or not his pop-up does, and because of that actually finishing the world that never was, I can open this, which Olympus had 3, which means that was good. So, reflect. No, Twilight Town doesn't have any more, but I think I can utilize the mansion to level up final form. So, yeah. Because it's basically either this or Pride Lands.
Hey,
Which it could be on Scar. Maybe I should go do it.
yeah. Back off. Yeah. Back off.
Actually, I'm gonna get this to where I can grind if I need to, and then I'm going to. I know there's nothing else here, so I'm just gonna keep pushing. Because I'm actually where I need to be. Yeah. I'm where I need to be, so now I can grind. Let's go do Scar. That's kind of hilarious that it's got its own. That it really even has its own report. Or no, it don't. No, it don't. It's reports for Port Royal. I was gonna say, don't we go inside? There we go. I actually have not went this far, so I don't know. I think it's just right up here. I'm kind of hoping it's on Scar or Fire. And he DM'd. There. Wasn't his bonus. So it could still be the fire pop-up. If it's not, it's Ground Shaker. Oh, thank you. 13. Port Royal had 0, which means I was done. I don't know what was on the final form. Actually, yes, I do. Did I forget to put... I missed one in the world that never was. Huh. Oh well. Let's end this. Almost 100% seed.
Let's go.
Wow. That's actually kind of funny. Although this might be my data practice. Oh, that is so much quicker. Still got it. Alright. There's that. Alright. Armored one. That wasn't my cleanest, but meh. Wasn't expecting this seed to go this long anyhow. Time for armor 2. Reaction command, reaction command. Oh. I wasn't hearing the sound effect change. That was my fault. And there's two. Now for final. This seed is something.
Anger and hate are supreme. We shall go together.
Ooh. That was off on my timing.
Anger and hate are supreme. We shall go together.
Okay, I'm gonna play this safe.
Why don't you? Why don't you?
Yeah, I thought that was Laser Dome. I didn't get him in the right spot. Oh well. This seed's almost good to go then. All right. Almost 5 hours. Hopefully tomorrow's seed won't go as bad. I can honestly say this. It's not going to be a page hunt. But it will be over on the Game and Sling Network. It'll be me and Peace. I think what might happen is I might stream on mine and let him do on his, but us do like a co-op.
End of the road. Yep.
The reason I kind of say that is it'll be easier on both of us. But I'll probably be switching back to OBS instead of Streamlabs. Worst case though, be sure to follow the Game and Sling Network as well as my own Twitch channel. Either way, more of this will be coming. And yeah, let's see what our time was. I honestly think I'm going to keep this one for a data fight, to where I can kind of practice on it, because I feel like this seed was a good one for that. But yeah, if you like what you see, drop a follow, really appreciate it. Working towards some goals up there. Be sure to follow the Game and Sling Network, that's where I'm also at. Be sure to follow me on Twitter. That was only a sub 4.5 with the page hunt. That's not bad. But yeah, with that, that'll do it for me. And I will see you all tomorrow, either here or on the Game and Sling Network, with some more KH2 Rando. And possibly sometime throughout the day doing some speedruns, I don't know yet. Till then.